Hello students, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all right. Hope you're doing fine and staying safe at your places. So we'll continue for the from the last class. In fact, we last class entire class we have learned about balance scorecard while doing live. So we'll do complete that today. That balance scorecard format, and we'll take one more example. The reason why I'm doing it, I'm getting it done by you, is that just to make you understand and learn how exactly it's to be done. Also, while we have done balance scorecard, we discussed about four quadrants, right? Financial, customer, process, and learning and growth. Now, this all four aspects, whenever you will be doing balance scorecard designing in your real life or as an assignment, then please ensure that your learning and growth will have a lesser number of percentage than your other three components. Generally, it happens like 10 marks or the 10 percentage is given in learning and growth, whereas the other three aspects like finance, customer, and processes have 90 marks. That means 30 into 3 and plus 10. Because learning and growth is something which is your individual, which cannot be organization wide. Also, always remember the balance scorecard. Whenever we do balance scorecard, we have to take your supervisor's balance scorecard uh, as a principle. You can say as a prerequisite or um, as a theory or a whatever rule of the game, whatever you call it as that. We also discussed about balance scorecard is not applicable for all levels because executive levels in executive level where it is not needed because there is not so much of strategy adoption is needed, whereas managerial level balance scorecard is needed. That is the logic behind it. So today we will complete some part of it. Will involve some more students because I have seen mostly in the second half or third half you guys disappeared from the class, um, except you have a valid reason, but it is become a trend actually. Only before exam or during exam I can see 100% participants. uh, Sometimes it is okay, but if it is a regular or recurring, then there is some problem maybe. Also, I just need to know one or two responses you can give that before coming to my class, when you end up your last class, just to know about this. Or is it different classes you attend before getting into this class or with different faculties? Hello, am I audible? Any one or two responses?
Hello. Yes, hello. It's audible.
Yeah, Royal. Uh, so my question is that before coming to this class, which class do you guys attend? Is it as per the what is the last class timing on the break in between?
Sir, I had my business ethics class and it was from 9 a.m. to 1:15 p.m.
1:15.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this HR analytics is basically a elective course, right, for you guys? Not compulsory, right?
Sir, we have opted for this subject. So, like, we were given options. So, it was from our side, like, which four core subjects we want to take. So, we chose HR analytics.
This is a core subject you have chosen, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So the objective of asking this question is most probably next Sunday. I try to prepone this class. Postponing will be difficult for me, but I will come back with you. Also, secondly, core subjects or non-core subject, whatever is the pattern, uh, the attendance of you guys is not great. In fact, this should not be. I mean, I don't know. I mean, does that HR analytics interest you, or you've just chosen out of fad or all? I don't know. I mean, ask this question to yourself only. I'm not asking any questions to you at this moment, but ask these questions to yourself because if you've chosen something, please respect to that. Uh, option which you've chosen. Otherwise, there's no point because I will continue to complete my class. I'll take up another class. I will continue to do this way. It doesn't matter to me, but it will matter to you because if you're not participating, not learning, that will be difficult for you to actually take up, real life when you do that. Fair enough. So I just shared the screen now and try to make you aware what exactly we have spoken last class. So anybody wants to summarize what we have done last class? We have done this Excel balance scorecard, though but any summarization? Yeah. Anybody can say that? Yeah, I want summarization. What has happened in last class? How many of you have not attended last class? Just raise your hand. On the screen. So that means okay. You guys have not attended. Rashika, T2, Ryan, you have not attended. Okay. Anybody else other than Rashika, More, T2 Thomas, and Ryan? These three people are absent in the last class. What about Race? Race Wilbert is present. I I think so. So those who are present can you make either of them three make them summarize that what exactly we taught in the class last class. Rushali, Viji, if you can try 3204 3292. Hello. What happened, guys? You are still not got into a afternoon nap or what?
So can I try?
Sure.
So the first box over here talks about the employee. The second box talks about the manager perspective. So we have taken an example of manager, HR manager, and so you had told that it is divided in four aspects. That is financial. Then there is customer, then there is process and employee. So, sir, the first part we did about the financial prospect. So we had taken the goal which we you had given us, that hiring best talent, and talks about cost effectiveness, and the weightage should be in total should be 100. So we had taken the first one 20 over here, and your MOP, you have to create your MOP, and the MOP depends on the unit level. So if your MOP is on date, so you're in the unit level, it would be date, and the L3 would be your threshold competency, and L4 and L5 would be your differential competency.
Right. Right. Yeah. So Ryan, did you understand? Uh, Ryan and other two people, those who are not attending the class, what you actually learned? Yes, Ryan, can you respond? Yes, please respond. Anybody, those who are not present in the class, Ryan and two more person has
So,
raised
so
their hand.
actually, I was not clearly, I could not hear clearly what Jasma was speaking due to network issue. I got disconnected after that. Like you were asking some question also, I guess, regarding this.
No, not questions. Basically, this point is basically to make you, to all of you in the be in the class. Those who are not present in the class, the Jashma was explaining that what exactly we learned in the last class. And okay, I'll come back on this point. The reason of asking this question to you by others is that being in the class means being in the class, not like just being in the class doing something, because you will not understand the concept if it is one time spoken and later on you guys will know uh, you know you will fare bad in the exam or in the real life. I think that is more important, that learn and apply, and you make mistakes doesn't matter, but in a real life you don't make mistakes when you work here. So last we have learned about balance scorecard in a live example of a HR manager, and we have done a designing of a balance scorecard in the sense of designing a balance scorecard in 4 quadrants. And you also have understood how rating scale Jashma was rightly explaining, that we have L1 to L5 rating scale, where L3 is the threshold competency and L4 and L5 is the differential competency. Threshold and differential competency, I don't think any explanation is needed. I'm sure you all are aware of it. If you are still not, it was forgotten, you can ask me. While also we discussed about goal and MOP. MOP is measure of performance and goal is connected to MOP, whereas rating scale is connected to MOP. So MOP is also a midpoint when goal and rating scale is decided based on the MOP. So we have designed this kind of financial customers process and learning environment. So we completed 80, but I would also like to say that we can make finance. So actually, ideally it should be 30 each and 10. That is the ideal way to do. So if you make it this way, 20 we have done already. Maybe we can make it 20 plus 10, 30 here, and in this place 30 is already done. So then we become 100. So try to make it. This is the gut feeling number. Don't think that you have to make it 20, 30 like this way only. So these numbers can be 10 also. So there is also a policy. Whenever you put a goal in an organization, they make up a PMS policy, and then PMS policy they make it a point that your goal has to be minimum to maximum 3 or minimum to maximum 4, because you just cannot make everything skewed, because when you divide the goal into multiple numbers, that means you are dividing your work. Division of work is happening. It's not like one type of work you guys are doing. Now the first point we have done to effectively hire. So basically this is a balance scorecard of a manager HR, and one of the manager HR balance scorecard financial point is that how he or she can effectively hire talent while maintaining cost criteria, which is to adhere recruitment policy. Now I have put 10 marks here. I can make it 10, 10 each also. So let's do this way, that recruitment is a priority. Thereby, maybe we can add one more point. So we'll do this point number 10 today, the blank portion. We'll also do, um, we'll do only 10 here. Rest we have already done, 20, 10, etc. That way. Onboarding, I think somebody said engagement also last class. We'll take that part. Okay. So what would be the second goal of a financial, the people, those who have not attended in the class, I would like to involve them now. Hope you understood, those who are not present.
Yes, sir. Regarding this.
Great. Two more person who have raised their hand, can you please raise your hand one more time, apart from Ryan, those who are not present in the last class? Yeah, T2. T2, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, T2, did you understand what I am explaining? If you have any queries, please ask me.
Yes, sir,
If you are
I will.
clear or not
Actually, I
clear.
am having cough and stuff. That is why I'm not speaking much.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you, but did you understand the concept, the
Yes,
logic?
sir, I did. I did.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And the third person who also raised the hand, apart from T2 and Ryan, who are not present in the last class. I can check the last class attendance, though I'm not getting into that, but I think objective is to make you understand. Okay, so let's T2 and Ryan, both of you act as a team now, and let me know what would be the second goal of financial of 10 marks 10 here in the box number 2, serial number 2 under financial. This is the balance scorecard of a manager HR. You can take 5 minutes, both of you, and then you can discuss it each other or consult each other, and then give me the give this like the way we have done the point number 1 to similar point number 2 with a different point.
So it should be cost effective, right? So in that, can we add on resources we will be providing them? How effectively they are performing based on the resources we have given them?
Resource optimization, are you saying?
Yeah, yes, sir.
But resource optimization, so this is the balance scorecard of a manager HR, Royan.
Okay.
Your point is not incorrect. Just think little broad. T2, please join Royan and discuss each other.
Yes, sir, I will.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, Royan, go ahead.
So, like, can we go up with this that the assignments submit like given to them, like the projects, like if it's a HR manager whose scorecard it is, so the team assigned with specific assignments, like a project or something, for of 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs by the client. So how efficiently they covered it up, or like in within the time limit or something like that. Can we consider that?
Project. So I'll just again just to repeat that point. Whenever you will be doing a financial part of balance scorecard of any positions, you have to think on an angle as your thought process is correct, but your example has to be more correct. So you have to make it cost as a one of the yardstick. That is the first point, right? Like for an example, if the point number one, recruitment cost, right?
Right.
Reducing recruitment cost is a KRA of a manager HR, which
Right.
is obvious. Like if the more number of resource candidates she is hiring by non consulted mode or the non cost mode is the KRA achieved, right?
Yes, sir.
Same manner, think about as a HR manager, what are the other cost expense? Like when you are telling example of a project assignment, so see project assignment of what? I mean, is it a, I mean, if you just elaborate the example.
So I would say that it's a outsourced company, okay, and I'm the HR of that company, and I've like given specific targets by the clients to a specific team, my team. So I on that basis, how effectively they have completed that assignment or the project, or the as per the clients and the satisfaction level. So the cost based on the time, I had given them
Performance
1 week or
you
2 weeks time. Yeah, based on that.
Uh, so there is one other thing that me and Royan were discussing about the training that is given. So for example, like the first point is we are hiring the best talent. So the way we give them training is also important. So I come under financial because the cost that is put into training will also affect, so it has to be cost efficient in that way as well. If we give if certain employees are given training that is not improving their skills, then it is an added cost to the organization. This is just one point that I thought I'm not sure if it's coming right under the
yeah.
financial
So I
aspect.
think both of you are going in the right directions. I'm just helping you out to make it a final product. So uh, so what Itu you are saying that training cost is of course a valid point. Royan, your point is valid. Maybe you just I am just articulating what you're trying to say, and let me know if I am wrong. Another way around. So you are saying it is a BPO sector where BPO is working on a many offshore projects, and these offshore projects is basically manning them and and having the performance delivered by those agents or employees, etc. The responsibility is coming by the HR manager, right? Ryan, that's what you are trying to say.
Yes, yes, sir.
See, I mean, in this manner, na, Royal, in this case, what you can say, this of the cost of manpower cost is majorly, joint responsibility of a operations manager as well as HR manager. It is not only HR manager responsible in BPO. In a BPO setup, you must be knowing there is an ops manager and there is a under that ops manager that this entire team is responsible for. So HR is directly linked, not directly linked, indirectly linked always. And second point also, just to for all the class now, whenever we are discussing on financial, whenever you will be deriving the point in financial, please ensure that what is the directly linked cost to that individual. Directly linked, that means if Ryan is a HR manager and he has to develop his balance scorecard, he needs to think about what is the direct linkage in between the cost. Now, in the performance cost of that project, that is indirectly linked. Of course, it is linked, but not directly linked. But when you say training cost, it is also to some extent indirectly directly linked, but more directly linked than indirectly linked. For an example, if you are investing training on the training, because in take an same example of BPO, if take the same example, then BPO spends lakhs of money on the training, right? Starting from new hire induction, onboarding, process training, product training, business training, multiple training they do. 21 days training minimum. Many organizations like Wipro, Spectramind, IBM, Daksh, such kind of organizations they do. So in that case, they spend a lot of money on that. So I think both of your points are correct, but now you have to tell me how you can articulate in this point. So refer the point number one. You can take the help of the point number one, and let's complete this 10 marks for this HR manager. What should be the goal then? And you have to put a goal. You have to put MOP, then all those L1 to L5. MOP, just to tell you, MOP would be what? MOP would be how you are going to measure the performance. Like measurement would be some tools, techniques, methods, modalities. These are the some of the examples I can say. whenever you will be designing MOP, whenever you will be writing for MOP. Like for an example, recruitment, reducing recruitment cost is a recruitment source mix, other in parlance with recruitment policy. 2080, we made 80 highlighting because more internal than external. And thereby we kept 80 as a L3. That means 80 is a threshold. Minimum 80 has to be there. 70-60 is a leading lagging indicator, and 95-10 is a leading indicator. Okay, so while you guys are trying, other students are not just secluded. I wanted them to involve now in the class. They can also join both Ritu as well as Royan. Yeah. So what should be the point? They tell me. Right.
So it could be to create create a training module that is uh, cost effective.
How can you create a module?
Training
Okay.
program.
So see, one KRA can have a multifaceted input. I'll give you live example here only in this sheet only. If you see there in the customer column, we have written onboarding, right? In the same process column, we also written onboarding, but to have a different impact for your information. Like if you see the process under onboarding is that to streamline and onboarding new hires, etc. That's what the last team had spoken. We also put, I think Rashika or I think Purba or somebody was there talking about onboarding as a new joiner can also be under customer. We'll explain that today. So always think one process, one activity can have a financial implication, can have a customer implication, can also have a process implication. Think that way. Uh, I can give you an example. Let's say here, training manual. Creating training manual. Where it should come?
Sir, can you please repeat? I was unable to hear whatever you said. It was
Yeah,
somewhat.
I got a call. So yeah, I'll repeat for all now. So I was trying to explain one activity of the goal can have a multifaceted uh, applications towards the balance scorecard. It can be financial, it can be process, it can be customer also. So for an example, if I say just the creating training manual, it should come under which uh, quadrant of balance scorecard? This is for the class. Anybody can just answer.
Sir, maybe process.
Hmm. Who said that?
Ankita.
Yeah, Ankita, can you now explain why did you say process?
Because it is a procedure that needs to be carried out to accomplish the goal. I guess.
Correct. When it can be customer also, for an example, creating training manual. When can be it can it be customer first of all? If it is yes, then how? I mean, Ankita, I'm just telling you, but others can join also. Not
Yes.
like we are talking each other here. Everybody needs to join in my class. That's the first rule of my class. So anybody can join here. When think more, think broad.
So, in this you meant to say that customers can include in the training manual, right?
No. Customer here, the customer, Ryan. Customer means the internal customer. That means employees. It can be external customer also, not the end customer I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, we'll let you guys think about it. By the time we'll finish off this point and we'll come back to this point. My only objective is here by saying to you, all of you, that whenever you are going to put balance scorecard designing in the point in the respective quadrant, don't get confused. First of all, if you think logically that one point can come into three uh, quadrants, you can always do so. There is no harm. Think first of all, think the JD, the basic rule of creating a balance scorecard are majorly three prone. One is that understanding the KRA or the balance scorecard of the manager, understanding the JD of that respective role, and lastly, what is the interlinkages in between one perspective or the one quadrant to another quadrant. I'm only talking about three quadrants because balance scorecard, these three are the majority business drivers. The learning and growth is more personified, more personalized, which will be connected to business growth, etc., etc. That way. Okay, so now coming back to complete this point, what should be the goal? Yeah, Royan and Titu can please tell me. Yeah, guys, come fast. We have to proceed in the class. Anybody from the class who wants to join them, they can join in voluntarily. Hello. What happened to you guys?
So could you help us with this, sir? Because I'm still like,
Yes, yes, because the first point is mainly focusing on hiring. So that's why we thought that the second point could be something relating to training. But now you're saying it's not right. So can you just
No, it
help
can
us?
be. I didn't say that it cannot be. It can be training also. No, or you have to articulate. So let me tell you that you just mentioned little bit. You said that to create a training program, right? You said something.
Yes, sir, because the first point says that we have to effectively hire. So the second point could be that we have to effectively make a training program that will reduce the cost. Because if it
Huh.
is,
So let's yeah. So let's write down this to effectively. So but don't copy paste. Write down some different. You can make the point of
Uh,
training as a cost-effective measurement. That way, I can help you.
say that to develop like you can say to optimize the cost, we can develop a training program module that could be like a weeks, and wherein we'll consider that whether it would be internal people who will be training those people, or we'll hire external expertise for this.
Hmm.
So which is
Right.
possible, either of them.
Yeah. To optimize the training cost, uh, uh, by by designing, because designing part will go to the process. So you have to write it very carefully here. To optimize the training cost, how? By reducing dependency of external vendor, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
See, I am trying to make you understand that whenever you write, nowhere process and customer should come here. It should be purely finance. To do the finance, what should I do? To optimize the training cost by reducing dependency of external vendors. Now here you can say, now you let us try on MOP. Now you're clear, right? Both of you, now you're clear. How did I design? How did I write?
Yes, sir.
You have to write it like this only if it is a question asked to you. To optimize the training cost by reducing dependency of external vendors. So you can say, what is the MOP then? Tell me. Read this line only, and then we'll get the MOP answer from there.
So we can say from basically from the feedback, you can say, of their managers or the specific managers.
So maybe the performance of the employees after the training.
Yes.
But you're talking about reducing dependency of external vendors. इसमें performance का manager training कैसे, I don't know where it is coming from. वो तो हो जाएगा customer में. That point what you are saying ना, how training feedback etc. that will be coming from a customer. They are the internal customer. But here our focus is to reduce training cost by optimize the training cost by reducing external vendors. That
So
means
maybe then
many
we can
organizations.
say that to include in internal trainers, maybe.
Mm, correct. To
That
increase. So, yeah,
increase the
tell me the line.
involvement of internal trainers.
Involvement is also a think about smart. SMART smart. Whenever you're writing this word, wherever you are writing in balance scorecard, now every line will have a smart rule. To increase, your point is right too, but I'll help you out now.
Yes,
To
sir.
increase, so here what you can do, you can write down other way to make it here. So you can simply say, see, organization also have a training policy, right? So let's
Yes.
to adhere here you can make it either to adhere, or you can say the training manual or the training policy will have a certain percentage of training you cannot outsource, certain percentage of training you can outsource. So that way you can create a measure. So you have to measure the performance, how many number of external vendor training is done. Actually, see this line, MOP is connected to goal is connected to, rating scale is connected to MOP. So you have to put a rating scale here. So you have to put the rating scale and then do it parallelly. This and this will go simultaneously. These 2 points. These 2 points will go simultaneously. You see. So here I can say um, to reduce external vendor we can have a to some kind of thing like that. Percentage etc. That way it is done. So I'm making it here to reduce external vendor um, by 20% you can say, and then we can make it percentage. So 20% is minimum. You have to make it reduce 20%. That is become a then you can change it with respect to all the points. If it is 20, then what should be L4 and L5, L3, L1, L2? Tell me that while I am formatting. Now understood what I did?
So you have that maximum 20% of vendors should be used, or like
Minimum. Minimum.
minimum.
Use external vendor at 20% is the base, the threshold competency. It has to be there minimum.
Okay.
If you ऊपर जाएगा तो then it will be of course lagging indicator, and if it is below then it will be leading.
So it means that we have to just use like maximum threshold is 20%, right? You mean to say?
I'll make it more clear here. Reducing external vendor cost. External vendor cost. Let's say you have 100 rupees total example. Out of 100 rupees, your 20 rupees would be minimum. You can make your training program 20 rupees. With respect to that of external. You can take the help of external vendor. If you are making 30 rupees, 40 rupees, that means it is lagging indicator. But if you're making 10 rupees, 5 rupees, then it is a leading indicator. Just to example, because training cost goes to 10 lakh, 20 lakh also sometimes in a year. Is it clear? I mean, so you understand the concept, how I'm doing. If you clear the concept, you can do anything. Clear, right? So then what should be the L1, L2, L3, L4, L5? Tell me quickly. On a percentage manner.
Sir, L1 can be 5 or 10.
5 or 10, okay. L1 5. L1 is a leading indicator or lagging indicator here? Hmm?
Sir, not sure. Leading, I guess.
Leading or lagging?
Lagging.
Okay. I didn't get you. What did you say? I didn't get you. Hello. What happened? Are you yes or no? There is some sound. I mean, excuse me for that. There's some construction is happening near to my house. Hope you can hear me right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I am doing it here simply on this manner. Let's say I'm trying to make it for senior data to come here. So now, so think about you as a HR manager, and your cost is allocated 10 lakh. For an example, in a year you can spend 10 lakh rupees for your training program. Now tell me what is the leading and lagging. I have given you a 10 lakh rupees as a manager, that as
So
an organization you can spend 10 lakh. Yeah.
one doubt in this, L1 should be a leading indicator, right? As we are minimizing the cost
In this case, it's a leading indicator.
to reduce external vendor cost at 20%. So 20% is a threshold, that is not more than 20%. It should be always less than 20%. So 10 and 15 is a leading indicator.
Right. If you're reducing the training cost by, if you're reducing the vendor cost,
Yes, sir.
vendor cost. If the vendor cost, let's say you have a vendor cost last year, take an example of last year, 10 is given 10 lakh, and 10 lakh का 20% कितना होता है?
2 lakh, I guess.
Correct. So last year, these people have done it 4 lakh. 4 lakh is 40%, right? It is a lagging indicator or leading indicator.
Lagging, sir.
Correct. So in that case, you have to make it here. It is more in an inverse order here. If you see this X20 is the inverse here. Here L1 L2 doesn't mean that L1 L2 is bad here. L1 L2 is good. Then L1 L4. Here it is ulta. If you see here, it is not an inverse order.
Yes, sir.
It is actually it's an inverse order, and this is a normal method, like geometric progression that way. Now you are clear. How did I do?
Yes, sir.
This is number agnostic. You can make it as per the way you want. Everybody is clear from the class now. We are done with this point number 2 under the financial. The good job by Royan and Titu.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank
so
you,
now,
sir.
all right. Great. So you understood the logic. I think that is important for me to know. And let's go ahead with the next onboarding 10 new joiner. Now we put it onboarding 10 in the measure of performance. Onboarding on a customer angle, right? With the customer, we put it under customer. Here I'll just go a little back. Yeah. Onboarding new joiner customer, we put higher performance retention. Onboarding you also put under the process here to create a streamlining onboarding, etc. Now who will take up? Any volunteer team member? They can do it live. Don't worry, I'll be there to help you out, but there should be courage and confidence in you. In interview mode, if you do not have a courage and confidence, अब जितना ही prepare कर लो कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. I am seeing candidates every day and day out when I act as a HR manager in my organization. So I think the courage and confidence is the winning streak, first of all. Then content, confidence, all things are important. So let's have a quick volunteer, 2-3 volunteers. Pushplata, are you there? You just joined in the class just now. Pushplata, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Pushplata, how is everything going? You joined late, your health is well, or you went for a different class?
Sir, there was some network issue at my end, so there was some network
Okay,
issue.
great.
Actually, I am
No
not at my place. That's it.
Okay, no problem. So you will help us out along with 1 or 2 member students to join us and to do a customer quarter balance scorecard. So your name I'm noting down 2061. You can unmute. You can unmute, but you can mute yourself once I pick up to more students. You can mute now. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Next
Okay, sir.
is
Thank you.
yeah. Next is who are the 1 or 2 members? We can have a 3-member team. It's good to have. Anybody wants to raise your hand on the screen? They can do so in case you have a screen issue, etc. I found this is a very a class who have very less guts. I don't know. I mean, why is it like that? Any 2 responses before I pick up the names? Two one 7 3 Rashika More.
Yes, sir.
Rashika, did you attend in the last class?
No, sir. Actually, sir, my Zoom was hanged at that moment when you were asking. I was not able to operate my Zoom on my laptop. Something went wrong. Like everything just crashed.
Oh my god, my question is so powerful. It Zoom crashed.
No, no.
It's
So
so
actually, when I joined the session only, so something happened, and because of which it was not working. So it was just, matlab,
Anyways, you are the part of today's discussion now. Rashika and Pushpalata, and who are the third person? I think let's have a third person hunt and then we'll start this. Who is the third volunteer? Anybody volunteer other than Rashika and Pushpalata? You can join always.
Yes, sir.
Who else? Navni, are you there? 1668. Hello. 1668. One three two zero 1320.
Yes, sir.
So you note down your name. I am also noting your name
Sir,
here.
last time I was there in the lecture.
You were there, but let us participate today.
Okay, okay, sir.
I think Pushpalata also had participated.
So I and Purva had participated for LN, learning and development.
You have participated, so I don't
Yes,
want
sir.
you to then. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Kajal, 21211 1211. Hello. 1211. Can you hear me? Online classes is a very good place to hide. I have realized that in a new normal compared to real life classes. Students are getting benefit out of it, but actually it is not a benefit. It is a failure, I'll say. Shruti, did you attend the last class? Shruti, 2696. I think you
Yes, sir.
attended, right?
Yes, sir. With Jasma, I was there.
Yeah. I saw my list. Yes. Sastika, did you have not attended? Sastika Das, 2485.
Yes, sir. No, sir, I have not
Sastika,
been a participant, but I attended the classes.
yeah, that's great. So Sastika, you are the third person. So Pushpalata, Rashika More, and Sastika Das. Over to you. We'll give you 5 minutes time now. Onboarding new joiner, you have to same manner the way we did now. Royan and Kitu had done a great job, given us a financial coaching. Similarly, you guys can also then do that onboarding under customer. I'll give you a couple of hints so that it will be helpful for you. All three of you listening to me carefully, Pushpalata, Rashika, and Shastika. So whenever you'll be doing onboarding of a new joiner, you have to think about from a customer angle. Who are the customer of onboarding process? I'm sure you can understand when employee joins in the organization, who can be customer from both the angle. It's not necessarily that employee is the customer for others. Other can be customer for employees also. So what should be the HR manager KRA? How HR manager KRA can be designed on a balance scorecard under customer quadrant. so that you can come up with his MOP and as well as rating scale. So this is just to give you a hint how exactly you are going to come up with MOP. And on goal is already done here, so we have to do only MOP here. But goal also needs to be articulated properly. It was just a written goal. I think someone from the class said last week. I cannot recall that who said that. But onboarding of new joiner, what should be the actual goal? That also needs to be in a smart way. So let's do this now. Hope you are clear. If you have any doubts as of now, you can ask me, but in between, don't ask me when you are doing it in a live now. This is for three of you now.
So, sir,
Dr. Ashika,
onboarding means here the new joiner is employees, right? Or someone other than employees also can be included.
onboarding of new joiner. Who are the onboarding other
Huh.
than new joiner can have in organization?
Employees, no? Internal.
Correct. New joiners. New joiner.
Okay.
Onboarding, how employees can be onboarding, by the way? Once you are candidate, then only onboarding. No.
Yes, sir.
Also, this is the HR manager's carry. This is the HR manager. You are putting a HR manager goal sheet under customer. Clear, Shastika?
Yes, sir.
Pushplata, Rashika, is it clear to you also?
Sir, I was unable to hear what was going on right now in class.
Which one?
So the last 1-2 minutes, like when you called out my name, after that what happened, I don't know.
I don't understand. Are you in the class or you're traveling somewhere?
So I'm traveling actually.
Okay. So you have any
Yes, sir.
queries as of now on this goal, how it has to be done? You are clear what is to be done, right? It's a teamwork now. You are the team now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are clear. So Rashika More,
Yes, sir.
clear, right? Any clarifications you need? What is to be done? It's clear, right?
Yes, sir. But there is some confusion in the way of
No,
writing.
ask me. No worry. So see, I wanted you guys to keep
Think
money more.
I'll think about the goal. Like me, Swastika, and Pushpalata will think about the goal, and we'll get back to you so that we'll see that if
Yeah.
whatever we is going on the right
So
track.
correct. Rashika, read this highlighting point. MOP is connected to goal. So
Right.
rating scale is connected to MOP. So this is a formula. In the sense, it's the trick of the game. Like you have to come up with a MOP with a goal, and your rating scale will be based on your MOP. So if you think about this manner, you will get the answer. You can take examples of earlier one done, earlier one. I think they've done this too. This is also done. Similarly, this is also we will do now. This onboarding new joiner goal also needs to be clear. It's just a point. It is not complete. So I'm highlighting in red. It has to be changed also. The proper articulation of sentence. Right. So over to you three of you. You three of you can connect each other, and after 5 minutes we'll discuss on this. We'll discuss in the sense we'll take the point from you. Right. So I am out of the class now, but you guys can, three of you can interact with each other. You are ready? Hello?
So 2 minutes now. 2 minutes.
Sure.
So hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
So goal can be to determine the efficiency of onboarding plan, like a numerical data,
Okay.
like a data which calculate or which keep a track of how many days it takes for a new employee to complete the routine of joining the company.
Is that a customer or it will be under process?
सेकंड वाला शायद प्रोसेस में आएगा.
When you say onboarding from a customer, who are the see whenever you will be designing KRA or the balance scorecard, you ask questions yourself, you guys, or who is going to be impacted on this KRA? How exactly and what will be impact? What will be the impact? Who, what, and how? If you frame these questions in your mind, you will get the answer by your own. Customer, who are the customer that we discussed just now in this case? Who are the customer for the class now? Onboarding. Let me know from the class also. Who are the customer in of our HR manager of onboarding point?
Employees.
Employees. To be more specific. Be more specific. Employees. It's a generic answer.
New candidates.
Yeah, candidates. That is one. Second, who is other than candidates? HR manager. You as an HR manager, think for a minute. You are a HR manager, and your KRA is on the onboarding of new joiners. Who else can be customer in organization of HR manager?
So can it be the HR executives and the other functional area executives?
Yeah, correct, Ryan. I think let's do just to give you a little grooming answer. HR executive, you can say all functional managers, all the stakeholders, right? Like if you are an HR manager and HR manager is responsible for making candidate joining, no other department does joining. But when the candidate is joining, let's say one candidate is joining in finance team, one joining in marketing team, one in sales team, one in IT team, one in legal team. So all those team manager, those who the HOD, like HO, head of the department are also the stakeholders. Yes or no? They are also customer of HR manager, not only the candidates. Candidates, of course, yes. But apart from that, those team members, those who candidate, they are not joining in HR department. They are joining in different multi departments. Now, are you clear now? who are the customers? Now, if these two are the customer, which is candidate and the internal stakeholders, they can be HOD, functional heads, as Ryan mentioned. So
So
how can you define? Yeah,
the candidate doesn't mean that it is related with HR only. Candidate means that it can be from different field also, like marketing or sales that Rohan has
yeah,
already told.
correct,
So yeah.
exactly. But HR department does joining, right? No other department does joining. Neither finance department will do, marketing department will do, right?
Yes, sir.
So if these two are the key stakeholders, candidate is one of the most important key stakeholders, without which that is a HR job, and these candidates are joining different other departments. Their functional aid or their manager is also a stakeholders, in the sense customer, internal customer. Now, if these two are the external, in this internal customer, how HR manager goal would be what? Now, HR manager goal would be for what now? If candidates are joining, let's say in marketing department, one marketing executive, what will be the responsibility of that HR manager from a candidate angle, of a marketing executive and marketing manager angle? Think that line. Think those lines. I think you're getting another 15-minute grace now because we are going ahead with the break.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, to
Yeah.
sir,
Rashtika,
so
tell.
yes, sir. So the goal here can be to effectively onboard the candidates for different departments by ensuring the correct role and duties to them.
Can you please come again one more time, Rashika?
Yes, sir. To effectively onboard the new candidates for different departments with assigning of the roles and responsibilities to each. I don't know, there might be some flame in this way.
You are clear. You are okay. You are right. You are going in the right direction. You are basically talking about if candidates are joining in a department, HR responsibility to set their KRA in line with the HR respective other department head, right?
Yes, yes.
A marketing manager might be reluctant to do, say, तो HR का job है, आप करा लो, मैं क्यों करूं? But HR manager responsibility to facilitate and ensure that it is happening. Though he is not a functional head of marketing department, but he will ask marketing manager, please ensure your team should get their KRA within a month of joining. If you are not doing, then I will make it as a lagging indicator in your KRA. Understood?
Yes. Yes.
That can be one aspect, but there are two more aspects you guys are missing. I think you guys think about it. Think about candidate. Okay, this is the one angle what you mentioned is right on manager, stakeholder, as well as new joinee perspective. But think a little beyond now. Take another 10 minutes and 12 minutes. We'll be back at 4:30 after the break. But you're getting grace time to think about it. Think about from a candidate angle. After candidate joins, if the candidate will say good to the HR manager or bad to the HR manager, ask these questions. Like candidate will be happy or unhappy how the joining formalities is done, or proper system hai कि नहीं hai. Those will be going under process, but outcome will come under customer. Because customer will, whenever you say customer, there is a one word comes up. I think two words comes up, which are coming already next to my lips, but I'm not sharing. But I wanted you to think about it.
Satisfaction.
Right? Yes, satisfaction, correct. Customer satisfaction and delight, right? Think about that angle, and let's write down the goal. Are you guys want to take a break, or we will do it now? You okay to take a break, or yes or no?
So we'll take a break.
Cool. Okay, so we'll come back at 4:30. All of you join back.
Yes, sir. So it's 4:20 actually.
Okay, so we'll come what is the break time? In 15 minutes, no? Okay, so I'll come at 4:35 then. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir.
Yeah. I think there was a technical error at my desk, so I think there was a error on that, so I think it delayed. Okay, so we'll start quickly now. We'll complete this and then we'll go ahead next. Yeah, over to you guys. Which was the
First,
last step? Yeah.
So the
Hello.
goal can be like to determine the orientation program to ensure new hire retention.
Yeah,
Sir,
complete it. Complete the sentence. I will
to
write it up that.
determine the orientation program to ensure new hire retention. Full stop.
Determine.
The orientation program
Okay.
to ensure
Mhm.
orientation program to ensure new hire retention.
But here, okay. So okay, you go ahead to complete MOP and also.
So MOP can be okay. Rasika, you want to go ahead?
no, please. You go ahead.
Sir, I don't know if it is right or wrong. Like customer satisfaction with new hire performance. Now, increase in customer satisfaction with new hire performance.
What you are writing? I mean, increasing
Customer
customer
satisfaction.
satisfaction. You cannot write on customer satisfaction. You can convert it in a new joiner. Who is the new joiner here? That one you write. Increase new
So,
joiner.
customer satisfaction with new hire performance or new hire. Sir, can you please help me to
You
frame
cannot
it?
write customer satisfaction directly here. You have to
So,
term
employee satisfaction.
to increase. Yeah. Okay, so give me the sentence one more time. What you said?
So, the wrong sentence.
No, the one which you are saying just now. Complete.
Okay. Customer satisfaction with new hire performance. So you said that customer cannot be write it down in the balance scorecard. So can we change it with employee satisfaction with new hire performance?
Employee is what? New joiner is employee. No. Who is the customer here? New joiner.
Yes, sir.
That we now. So you can write. You can say that to determine orientation program to ensure new retention you're writing. So how you are going to measure new retention? That way it should come.
So like increase in employee satisfaction by 10%, something like that.
Yeah. So increase new joiners. You can say increase new joiners.
Satisfaction rate by 10%. Increase new joiner satisfaction rate by 10%.
10%. 10% is
Less.
what? I mean, what is the rating now here? 10 is the entry or what? How you measure that? You have to articulate this.
So like in previous one, it was written like 10% as best industry benchmark. Should I include it?
No. So that is the problem. I think you don't copy that. Every point has their own logic. Don't just copy. If you're copying, there is also logic has to be applied. There is a different logic.
Okay, can somebody else help me, please? Jessica?
So here, my point was that, as Swastika mentioned about the orientation program, and as we are talking about the customers who are the employees, so here we can measure their satisfaction with the help of the complaints or running a satisfaction survey to analyze the data and understand the problem?
Okay, so you can write down the survey. So do you have you heard the word dipstick survey on a new joiner dipstick? Have you heard this word dipstick? New joiner dipstick.
No,
So
no.
basically, in an organization, when employee joins, new joiner joins, there is a 30, 60, 90 days dipstick format is there. Like
Right.
after employee joins,
Right.
what is the how new joiners has been treated properly or not? There is a survey questionnaire being framed, and this questionnaire is framed and given to the new joiner to fill it up. So what you are saying here, to increase new joiner satisfaction, or I can say dipstick survey. Dipstick, anybody who worked dipstick, anybody in the class?
So I have worked with Amber. Amber,
Hmm.
a bot, chatbot. I have done it with Amber, but sir, I haven't heard this term dipstick. I didn't know
Yeah,
that
so
this means dipstick.
dipstick is basically nothing but once an employee joins, how once the new joinee joins, then how their onboarding process is framed. The employee will evaluate the performance of the HR. In other words, like there are questionnaires, etc. So those questionnaires are basically given for their analysis, etc. And then accordingly it comes back as a survey report. And if the employee is rating good to HR, then HR is getting good. So that way it happens. And show you also how it is done. Maybe today only. Increase new joiner satisfaction dipstick score. Now dipstick score you can make it here to, ideally dipstick score has to be 95%, or you can say 90%, because if you are putting the percentage here. Percentage is something like this is something which will come here in L3.
90.
Are you getting it what I'm doing it here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same did what did here, so I can copy this simply for my I do the formatting later on. Um, so if 90 is the L3 of the HR manager, if employees are giving a less than 90 score, that means it is a lagging indicator for him.
Yes.
And if it is given more, then of course it is a good indicator for him. So if it is 90, then it has to be you can make it here
95.
95 or 95, and good performance 100.
100.
And here you can make it 85 or 80. These numbers are not, don't think that this number is something, this can be changed also. In this format, we thought that we can make it 90 here, because employee satisfaction has to be there. Now clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. I think good job, Shastika, Pushpalata, and Pushpalata is not at all involved in that. I don't know when she was born. But Rashika and Shastika, you have jointly worked. Is good effort.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Great. So now we understood how exactly we do balance scorecard and how exactly it works. Um, Engagement also, I think engagement part you also mentioned. We'll discuss that part process. Who mentioned engagement in the last class? It is Rashika More or Rashika Ranjan has mentioned. I don't know about that. So engagement is mentioned under the process of HR manager. So we'll elaborate this point. Amandeep, you're there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Amandeep, you become one, and Harneet, Julka.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think both of you can just think about what engagement would be the point of discussion for HR manager process. or you can add also. If this is something that was mentioned last class that you want to add, that is also up to you.
Sir, can you just repeat exactly what we have to do?
This engagement is there one of the process aspect of HR manager's balance scorecard.
Yes, sir.
So how exactly this engagement will be as a process? You have to create his goal liner, the goal sentence, the goal statement.
So, sir, for employee engagement, it can be 360-degree views can be employed, like from the subordinates, from the peers, from outside interactions. We can get to know.
Yeah, so what should you have to make it a sentence now? Engagement is a point is just mentioned. You have to elaborate it.
Okay, sir.
And you have to elaborate till end, till MOP, like the way we did. So this is the last point. So we are done with this. Yeah, with this balance scorecard.
Yes, sir.
So Harneet and Amandeep will come back after 5 minutes. You can take 5 minutes and then. Yeah, done.
So just 1 minute.
Okay.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
so our goal, I think, would be to form a engagement policy to improve the quality of work and motivation, and to bring efficiency.
So what is the main crux of the goal? In the sense, what
So
is
it's on that we have to improve the quality of work, uh, bring motivation, well-being of the employee being considered, and to bring about effectiveness of work, productivity, increase productivity.
what is the process on a process perspective? And now tell me the engagement thing now. Yeah.
To form an engagement policy to improve the quality of work,
Form engagement policy. Okay.
to improve the quality of work.
Process. Think on a process.
Process.
And
Yes.
yeah. Harneet, what is your point?
To form engagement policy, in order to enhance workplace relationship, can it be that?
I'll again just give you a hint. So, employee HR manager, one responsibility to HR manager is employee engagement, right? Along with other, he's a generalist HR role, right?
Yes.
He's
Yes, sir.
not a specialist role. So, engagement. One point is clear, Amandeep, what you are saying that create an engagement policy, or make it a more comprehensive, right? Form engagement framework. Framework is a good word, management word, you can say. To form an engagement framework, and thereby Harneet was you're saying to create a
To
uh,
enhance workplace relationship.
enhance. Uh, Also think about a measurement
Yes, sir.
while I'm writing. To form engagement framework in enhancing workplace. How engagement as a process will impact on employees and the organization. This is the question. If this is a question, what should be the goal? That we have to write.
Health, well-being, mental health and well-being of the individual or the employee.
So one more thought here. Whenever you guys are writing here, parallelly think this part also. This also, like whether you are to make it a number, percentage, or date, how you're going to do that also. If you want to make it a policy as a percentage, as a date, which date. If you're making as a number, of course, number is not a valid here. I think a date would be a better way because you have to form an engagement policy framework. I can write policy framework. Both the point will be covered, which Amandeep was saying. And to form employee. So you can write down, or you can say to design design will be more better word, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
To design engagement policy framework in enhancing workplace. What was that point, Hardik? Complete now.
Relationship.
So culture can be
Uh,
considered workplace culture or environment.
culture would be a better word. Okay, so in both of you just give me the final word now.
Workplace, enhancing workplace culture. Yeah.
Work culture
Yeah, work culture. To
and
design
as
engagement
great place
policy
to work.
framework and enhancing work culture. Great place to work. Okay. Mhm.
Because great place to work, you know that great place to work is an institute. Great
Yes.
place to work institute. So there are many organizations participate about the engagement survey, etc. So here you are writing. I think now it is almost I framed to design engagement policy framework in enhancing work culture as great place to work. I think this part is some changes is needed. Think about one more time.
So enhancing the environment as a great place to work. Just enhancing the work culture को हटा के environment.
Okay, so design engagement policy framework
In
by
enhancing
enhancing
the work culture environment, enhancing the environment.
work environment, right? Right. As a great place to work,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now it is over. So whenever you will be writing your goal, now again I repeat, you have to make it a more smart and a holistic sentence. And this sentence is just not a sentence. Every word has its connection to MOP, to this date, and etc. So here I think date would be ideal way, right? Because you have to frame a certain kind of timeline, etc. By this time he has to do if he's joining, let's say by we can take his joining is January 19 for an example. If he's joining and we are doing 1920, so we can put it. We can. It is not necessary that you have to go one by one like this. Yeah, you can do this to this simultaneously, not like one by one. Think about whenever you
Yes,
design
sir.
that.
So dates it will be start of January 9, end of January 19. We can consider like month end to be the start.
You will be designing engagement policy 30. You are very strict manager, Amandeep.
So
How can
after
you?
like a
So
month, we
maybe
can get an idea. No?
after 3 months or something, maybe after the training period and everything.
Yeah, so quarterly period can be considered.
Yeah, 90 days. Yeah, generally in
Yes.
Hardik, what is right? Generally, we give employees 90 days. Otherwise, Amandeep will be a very strict. I mean, kind of a, a kind of a, what you can say, a very strict manager. So I think it will be difficult for that new joinee to make it that way. So we can make 30 days. So basically, here also you can make it 1st April. For an example, the same one. Because 1st April, effective 1st April, he has to do. Now you have to think about this employee engagement policy is important for an organization, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it depends. You just can't wait for 90 days. और उसके बाद नहीं हुआ. So here you have to make it. Now, if you are Amandeep, if you are saying that point, you can play around with this L2, L1 to L5. Here you can reduce the timeline. That you can always do. So while you give me this, in between give me the MOP also. How will you measure?
So attrition rate can be considered.
Engagement policy, attrition rate.
So it
Yeah.
can be like if the environment is not good, so the likely employees will leave or absenteeism will be high. So I'm considering on that ground.
That is the generic point what you are saying. That is correct. But stick to the line, whatever you guys have mentioned. You are writing to design a policy framework. To design is you are writing here timeline, right? You have to design within timeline. Of course, engagement has the impact of attrition, or culture improvement, etc., etc. But here the objective of manager HR is first of all design. Designing नहीं होगा तो कैसे होगा? मतलब MOP would be. Then give me the MOP now.
So can it be time frame for implementation of the policy?
Time frame of implementation. Yeah, that implementation, of course, the time frame you have given. That is, you have given already, na date. So MOP is connected to rating scale and goal is connected to MOP. So MOP is also key point for whenever you do PSC. How will you measure HR manager performance here? How will, whether he will be a threshold competency or whether it will be a differential competency, whether he will put rating scale, etc. How will you find that?
So can you repeat? I couldn't hear you clearly.
How will you measure the performance of this HR manager on the designing framework perspective? If you are his manager, let's say of the HR manager's manager, how will you evaluate at the end? Ask this question yourself so that you will get the MOP here. It's very easy actually here.
Rolling
Nothing.
out of policy, like when the policy is rolled out.
Correct. Roll out. That's a good word. Roll out the policy as per the plan,
Yes,
right?
right.
Sometimes you have to think problem in a very simple way. Clear, Amandeep? Any point from
Yes.
your side? Roll out the policy as per the plan. Plan is to do by 1st April.
Or
So
as
1st
per the
April is
time
done.
frame or deadline.
Yeah, as per the plan. Plan itself is a overarching. You can say time guideline, all those things. Maybe you can write
Okay.
down timeline.
So,
I
sir,
can add that.
here we don't have to mention like what all will be considered. We have to just mention ki roll out as per the plan. Just have to link it to the goal.
It is more linkages to the goal, but here you're writing roll out the policy as per the plan, which is timeline, guideline, then policy guidelines. Basically, you have to make a policy proper way. Then there should be SOP, etc. in the policy. The policy should be proper format. All those things will come under guideline. And timeline will pick up the point of 1st April. If the manager is able to do it on 15th April or 30th April, that means where it will go, where it will come. Let's say that new joinee could not able to do 1st April and he was doing on 15th April. Where should it come now? L2 or L5?
L2.
Right. So you're putting it in, sorry. So here I can make it 15th April. It has to be done and it can be done by 30th April. And if is, and you have to make it a very skewed here because a policy is very important. So you cannot take a chance here. So thereby you make it very limited time. Give him a very short duration. Even though if he's doing it 25th March and 15th March, that means you are creating here the timeline. Perhaps Amandeep point is taken care after 90 days. But yeah, you have to do it within that time frame also. Fair enough. Now you clear. What did I do? This number is something we are just playing with that. Now you can understand how we are done with the balance scorecard of this HR manager. All 100 marks is done, and this balance scorecard is completed. I'll share that in the quick course for all reference. What did we do? Now you understood how we did. So good job by Harneet and as well as Amandeep. So I think good that you guys have learned. Any questions so far so that we'll move into the next chapter today? Any queries while you are doing this? What kind of a problem you so let me know one thing. While I was doing this live example with you and with respect to asking you to putting the points, what have you realized? I mean, you understood that how theory can be acting as a practice, or how practice can come back as a theory again, how it is interlinked. So what has come up in your mind? I have to understand your thoughts. Those who participated, I think they can give answer better. Like all the participants so far, starting from last class and including today's class.
So with this, we can keep a track of like each and everything. Like it's in a systemized and organized way, you can say. Also looking forward to the efficiency, and we can rate it also like as per performance management later on. That how a team has worked in, or like how a manager has basically like made the whole team work.
Exactly. So that is the part of balance scorecard. Like all those quadrant has its own timeline, and if it actually works, balance scorecard is further drive down or drill down to every monthly goal sheet, and every monthly manager checks it with the team that how what is the progress, and do that. Just to not wait for the deadline to come. The good proactive manager or the proactive organization, they always review and give the feedback on real time basis. Just not wait for the deadline, or just not wait for the cutoff date to come and then wake up. Read 1 minute manager book, you'll come to know about this more. Yeah, two more thoughts. Ryan, good point. Sorry. Yeah. So guys, if you are asked to do a balance scorecard designing, you can do it now, right? Everybody. Good. Yeah. What happened to Anirudh, Rashika? They are not talking today. Are they there in the class?
Sir, I'm not feeling well, so that's why.
What happened to Rashika?
Sir, I'm having headache, so
Okay, 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 all right. Take rest. Anirudh, are you there? Purva?
Yes, sir, but my internet connection is not stable.
Everybody has a problem with internet on. Okay, fair enough. I think I'm not getting into more detailing of that. But I think everybody is clear now, so I'll change the screen and I'll show you exactly how a head HR balance scorecard looks like. Okay. And this is a live example which is connected to you know um, one of the organization. A minute, I'm just changing the screen. Is it visible?
No, sir, not yet.
now?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. So this is a live example of a balanced scorecard of a head HR, CHRO, of one of the expected year. I'm not getting into that, but this is a it looks like. So this is a balanced scorecard of a department head. If you see financial, customer, process, it is basically export to Excel from the uh, from the intranet, because you whatever we did in Excel sheet, actually nowadays with all the HRMS portal, PMS by default you can put it in the format. It is pre-designed, and there you put export to Excel and you can change it or modify it. So this is the live example where L1 to L5 is mentioned. So there are multiple different sub points are there. Like if you go to mode, head of the department, then strategy will come, like effective strategy implementation, manpower rationalization. I think this point somehow I think Ryan was talking about manpower optimization.
Yes, sir.
That point is also taken, yeah, as an example, manpower rationalization and productivity. This is an example of an automotive sector organization. So thereby a lot of contractual labor workforce work, and thereby those manpower optimization was needed that way. IR was important aspect. So IR strategy, how it is connected to some department name, etc. Given. Now, if you see the percentage, is divided in too many points. We did it 30,
So,
20 like this, just an example. But in a real life, it doesn't work. You have
so
to make it
one
multiple
thing
different.
I wanted to ask, what would be an IR? Like what you mentioned, effective IR strategy. What can how can we define it? Like implement in A and E, C and P vertical operations.
Yeah. This is basically more specific to that organization. So as I said, A&E is nothing but automotive and engineering vertical, and CNP is consumer and pharma vertical. So this organization was getting into a new vertical. Their automotive sector, they were catering towards automobile clients, but there had been a lot of IR problems has emerged out as a part of expansion plan. So this automotive sector has a manufacturing plant pan India, and these manufacturing plants has their own IR problems. Like when you say IR, inter-industry relations, industry relation you must be knowing, right? Where the wage negotiation happens, strike and lockout, union, employee, employer, and union. These are the three stakeholders basically in IR comes up, and of course the stakeholder is our government. So effective IR strategy here to have a number of large operations where the new operations are coming up. They are coming up with a manufacturing plant, and the plant has a IR. Plant needed a IR strategy. Strategy in the sense how can we have a less industry relation problems,
So,
less number of strikes.
so based on that, it's given 7, 8, 10. What are these basically? If we say
So 10. So if you see the above L1 is 90%, L5 is 110%. So as a head HR, this department head was also having a certain part of his CTC as a variable pay, performance linked pay. Now if you see 9%, it is given here. If the 9% of large number of large operations is something is given as a weightage, and 10 numbers is taken as a L3, in the sense 9% of the total number of problems has to be earmarked as a 10, 12 and 14. So here the L3 is designed such a way so that 9% is that 9 is just a number. Don't get into the number more here. Understand the measure, which is MOP, number of large operations. So basically here the HR head responsibility to come up with strategy. How many number of strategy? What is the percentage of strategy is coming up with respect to the ANE and CNP? So the numbers are converted into percentage, more like that.
so that means
100%.
Like they have used different operations, like the number of operations they have carried on. Like 10 is the actual 100% achieved. Then after that, 12 and
Yeah,
14 are the like we say
above
exceptional above that.
exceptional, or you can say exceeding expectation or substantially exceeding expectation.
Okay.
Number of operations is the MOP here. You can say MOP if I write it for everybody's reference. This is MOP. Yeah, that's a good question, Ryan. Yeah, you might get some more insights. Okay, so Clear, Raman, Ayan, clear? Sorry, Ryan, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So next is talent management initiatives. They have a date, they have decided some date, etc. PTS productive. PTS is a department, people transport. So there's some, you can say some abbreviation you might not understand, but just I'm explaining it to you. Safety initiatives, as you all know, there should be a safety pattern has to be there in the organization. TMW is the Mahindra way. Basically, it's for Mahindra example. So the Mahindra has their own assessment, and then audit report is taken, etc. That way it is done. If I've just broadened that, subjective from audit report and also audit maintenance report, etc. Implement HRMS system was also another part. So there are a lot of. So if you see, only difference is there are 15 numbers, because HR will have lot of balance scorecard, because these points will be more broad. Balance scorecard of HR will be many points, because he has to cover entire organizations, departmental KRA, divisional KRA, then plant KRA. So that's the reason the number is too big and huge. 14. You can also find a new learning and growth has also has 3 points. But learning and growth here also has a industry choice and employer of the choice part as well, both on a EPS and MCARES. EPS is employee promoter score, and MCARES is Mahindra engagement model, which is known as career alignment, recognition, engagement, and strive. So that is a model organization follows. That is has some score, etc. So it's bit, maybe you might not understand at one go, at one length, but yeah, this is the way it looks like in a reality. Whenever you will be doing it, it will be done in a more intranet, and then after that, from there it cascaded to online, and then you complete it in an Excel, and then you submit, upload. What happens after that, as I think Amandeep was also talking about, that it gives a more robust and systematic overview. I think Rohan or Amandeep, either of you are talking. So that it makes you a more systematic and more organized approach of your own KRA on a timely manner. So what happens, this once this designing is done, then they do a midterm review, MTR, which is known as MTR. This midterm review is done, and that then again they take and update the validate point, and then they close that intranet. Generally, in the between of the year, like August, September, or November, during 2 months or 3 months, intranet gets opened up. They do a changes, and again they close it, because you need to have a login, etc. on your intranet to complete this.
So
Once it is done, yeah.
So could you help me with this like the abbreviations here? Basically MYBs and EPS, MCARES. Like
Yeah,
what?
yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, good. So MYB is Mahindra Yellow Belt. So one under the process has a improvements of HR process, a number of Kaizen. You know that Kaizen, Japanese continuous improvement, etc.
Yes, sir, for quality.
MYB is a correct. MYB is basically a Mahindra Yellow Belt. So every year at Mahindra organization, there is a number of people has to be sent to number of processes has to be sent. So they become a Mahindra Yellow Belt project. Like in the organization, they also have a certification. MIQ is their Nasik. They provide certification pan India. So number of MYBs is one of the weightage given to this under process. The number of MYBs 4, 5, 6, 2, 3 that way. Minimum 2, maximum 6. That okay. Coming to EPS, I said to just now, EPS is Employee Promoter Score. Under MCARES, MCARES is basically a Mahindra, as I said, in engagement model at Mahindra known as MCARES. As I said, ACARES is an acronym. C for career, A for alignment, R for recognition, E for engagement, and S for strive. In Mahindra, MCARES is a overarching. They don't do a Gallup here. They do a in-house MCARES survey, and that has an employee promoter score. Employee promoter score, PPS is the employee promoter score, how employer as a choice employee rate in the organization. So there are questionnaires basically. There is a so there sorry, I think I got dropped the call.
Yes,
so
sir.
below 7 you cannot go. and minimum 7. Yeah, minimum 7 has to be there, and a maximum 9, and you cannot make it below 7. So that means the yardstick is very clear there. And MCARES has that these numbers whatever you see now, 50, 52, 53. This is basically a score in the organization they provide. And MCARES is a complete score, like 4.24 out of 9 scale. It's very difficult to get that percentage in MCARES. Let me tell you, within Mahindra, you can read any articles, etc. You come to know, because to get into 5, it's a huge achievement. Like Tech Mahindra or Core Mahindra and Mahindra Auto Farm sector has those scores. And this is for the partners. So that is the Sunrise sector. So thereby 4.24 is the yardstick taken as a standard. Clear? You understood? Any questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it. Thank you, sir.
All right, welcome. Any more questions? Anybody has any doubts? This is actually looks. I also explained Project Gladius here. Project Gladius is basically Mahindra has tied up with McKinsey at that year. McKinsey as a firm to get into a project of to become a 2,000 crore in that respective group. So they were I think 1,200 crore to become a 2,000 crore, and thereby to become that what they hired McKinsey as a strategic partner, and this project was known as a Project Gladius. This one.
So you see, it is basically succession planning, you mean to say, in a way?
Yeah, correct. Yes, succession planning. So basically, why succession planning in financial? Because it will reduce the cost of external hiring. Buy versus make model. Succession planning will be a more make model, no, rather than buying from the market, which will have a cost.
Yes, sir.
That's a good observation, Brian. It is a succession planning, right? Right? Clear, everybody? I'll change the screen now. I'll share this to you, both of you. I'll ask the coordinator to put it on quick posts for your just reading perspective, etc. And I think we'll again proceeding for a break now. I think we'll come back at 6 o'clock, and we'll start a new chapter today with the training and development, and then we'll complete today's class and after next session. Okay, so we'll back be at 5 o'clock. Sorry, 6 o'clock. Okay, so we'll start with this session now. As I mentioned that this session will cover training and development. I think that is perhaps is almost as possible syllabus, second last or the last part, second last chapter. So as you know, training and development is one of the most important aspect in the sense of HR life cycle. So once we onboard and employee joins, then thereby the training starts. Training is here we talk about both on a functional and behavioral training. In one class, I discussed about training and development. There is a difference between training and development. Training is more like it's skill enhancement or skill improvement, where the development is more holistic. It can be competency development. It can be more subjective in terms with the employees' overall growth in the organization. So here I am presenting one model which is known as AD model. It's a very popular model in training and development, which consists of the entire training as a process. So how exactly training and development process works. So AD is nothing but it's a bifurcations, or you can say the subsets of the model, starting with analysis, design, development, implementation, evaluation. So any training program, if you think about that way, it starts from a developmental stage. I think it is visible to everybody, right?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So ADDIE model is a very popular model in training domain, where it covers the entire training and development process with respect to end to end. So analysis is nothing but TNI, training need analysis, which happens at the very first step of training. In training need analysis, I will also have another PPT. I'll show it there. I'll discuss more in detail. So there is an organization analysis, task analysis, personal analysis, case analysis. These are the subsets of analysis. Design, once analysis is done, the training need analysis, you might be thinking that how training need analysis is done. It is done at generally at the beginning of the fiscal year or in between of the year. So training need analysis, there is no specific time frame as such in the organization. As and when need arrived, either from the organization name or for the triple L task, and it arrives. But if you talk about training need analysis more per se as an employee or a person analysis side, which happens once the balance scorecard or once the goal setting is done, that time only training need analysis is done. Organization analysis, training and analysis depends on what kind of organization they are going to be, like learning organization, or to become a learning organization, then what are the set of training needed. It is not only training of a personal skill base, but also organization development also. It can be process improvement, can be also a training program. Product development can be also a training. It depends on the organization vision to action plan. Next is design. Now, once training analysis is done, the training manager is responsible to come up with the designing of the training module. Now, generally, we have made one of the goal point under a balance scorecard sometime back, that we also created a training policy, training manual, design, etc. So this design part comes majorly under the balance scorecard process part, you can say. So under the design model, different subsets are there. So we get into that next slide. We just touch base on the highlighting point: analysis, design, and development. Now, what development is a very you can say it's a time-consuming word. It cannot be done within a overnight. So for an example, if you are going for a training program of, let's say, email etiquette skill, it can't be changed so frequently. Or if you're going for a personality development program or communication workshop, conflict management, such kind of a behavioral training program takes time to implement or to apply, or transfer of learning takes place. So as functional as well, many organization does functional training more like 7S framework, 5S framework, then Kaizen training, finance for non-finance. So this are the time taken. The development is always it's just not an overnight game. It happens at least 6 months, sometimes 1 year also. Once development is done, then implementing of those training program is needed. So the implementation is most important, because training manager has to come up with modules and creating those modules, and finally creating a modules. Like one of the organization where I worked with, where we used to have a KB portal, knowledge base portal. In the KB portal, the entire training programs is designed in the organization has created a link, like your PPT will be on a link format or PDF in a link format. And with respect to that entire knowledge base portal, with having hundreds and to almost 100 plus training programs has been designed, and they are on that implementation stage. In a sense, sometime employee can go for a e-learning. Nowadays, everybody is getting into e-learning mode. Very few organizations, that too also during pandemic scenario, has taught us to come up with a e-learning module. So many organization has an e-learning module, and it is uploaded in the intranet or any kind of a format where employee can access it anywhere, anytime. And finally, evaluation. Now, once the training program is designed, implement evaluation happens as an ROI, return on investment, on that part. So return of training evaluation is a difficult task because it is difficult for to analyze how training has been designed versus how implemented, development, and etc. happen. Evaluation is not easy, training evaluation. So I'll have couple of models where perhaps in the next class I'll showcase it to you. Like Phillips model is very popular. Kirkpatrick model also is we have connected in one of earlier classes. These are the commonly used evaluation model under the ADDIE model. Any queries? Any points? Okay. Next is result-based approach to training. So result-based approach to training is more like the objective of this slide is more like what are the training program to be designed, which will have a more comprehensiveness with respect to business to perform. So sometimes training programs are designed on a business specific requirement. Like for an example, let's say one plant wanted to have product training, some kind of a product and support product training they wanted to implement. So they come up as a requirement by their department head, and the training is given. So let's read this. Jashma, can you read it?
Result-based approach to training. The first point, it represents a philosophy practice that emphasizes the results characteristics. The first, programs are not usually undertaken unless its tangible results can be measured. Second, line management is involved in all phases of the processes. A comprehensive evaluation is in the place. The fourth point, participants understand their roles to achieve their results. The fifth point, programs are connected to strategic initiatives.
As I mentioned that this result-based training program is more focused towards individual, not individual. Here it is more on a departmental or organizational. That way result-based training program happens. Like if you see the line management is involved in all phases of this process. Here it happens more like business manager is improved. So I can think of another example. Let's say branding, brand management. Brand management is a big subject in marketing department. So organization wanted to come up with a branding in the organizations is not effective, or the organization is not properly there in the branding, either in social media or into print media, etc. So then that can become a line manager involvement. Here in this training program, result-based training program, training manager facilitates more here than deliver. He facilitates with respect to the functional head to come up with what exactly the requirement, and then on the basis of that requirement, it comes up with a uh, approach. Like comprehensive evaluation plan is in place because they come up with a very focused targeted approach. Like for an example, let's say this branding example, if I take it up, so the organization might be they are working in the industry, but they are maybe the website is not properly developed. So they wanted to create some kind of a corporate communication kind of a training on a corporate com team. They wanted to train corporate communication team how to develop website, what is the social media presence, what are the ways you can create a collage, or how can you go and reach to the customers or the uh, prospective employees or the prospective candidates. So this example can be cited with respect to this point. here, here since it is a very result driven, it's a very time bound and result driven approach, and participants are very clear what they need to do and why they are in the training program. It's just not like a training mandate given by the organizations and it comes up as a as a requirement. Rather, it is more like focused on what is the outcome, what outcome I'm going to get after having this, and it also has a short term. You cannot make it a long term. Though the training based training, a certain training program has a very limited, outcome, or the outcome has takes lot time. But in this kind of a in this kind of a phase, the outcome is time bound. In the sense, if the corporate, if the you can say the company page in the website, it's not proper, then the marketing team needs to be given a proper training, be it on a corporate communication, be it on a brand communication, whatsoever is the way to be done. And then finally, they come up with the uh, programs. Also, remember this point: programs are connected to strategic initiative, as I mentioned just now. I mean, developing a company page itself is a strategic initiative because it has a long-term plan. Once the company page website is properly, designed or derived, then not only customer but prospective candidates, prospective shareholders, stakeholders also connected to that. Clear this point? Result-based approach to training. Any queries? Any understanding or examples you want to say? Okay. Now we'll go for another model which is known as Miller's approach to systematic training. So Miller's approach is another model which, other than Addy model, as I said, Miller's is one of the behavioral scientists. So he created an approach or the note which is created a how systematic training programs are connected. So it is same like that in a different format. It is mentioned. Like if you see here, need assessment and objective setting. Need assessment is connected to design and objective is more like evaluation, and finally implementation. So this is just a snapshot of what we spoke about Eddy model, same like Miller model. Any questions? I'll change the screen then. Okay. Now we'll understand what is the need assessment more in detail. Yeah. Is it visible, right? Okay. So need assessment process, as I discussed just now, these are the broad, parameters of need assessment: organization analysis, task analysis, case analysis, and person analysis. Now I'll get into that more in details. What is that, etc. Let us understand what does this organization analysis mean. So first of all, organization analysis is more towards macro environment, where it is connected to development of how exactly where the organization is moving forward. It depends on the product or the what is the core competency of the organization, that comes up as a key point of organization analysis. Core competency means like what is the USP, unique selling proposition. We discussed in one of our first couple of classes before your midterm that EVP comes up with USP or UVP, unique value proposition. So organization analysis is more connected to unique value propositions, which is designed at the strategy stage or which is designed at the vision making stage. And thereby it is very particular and important that we need to understand organization analysis, who are the responsible process owner and how exactly. It happens more on a senior leadership team like CXO level or CEO's level. Organization analysis is done. Here, more than training manager, HODs are also involved. Task analysis, more like your performance, more like your work, functional, more on a functional than behavioral. And knowledge, skills, and ability, it is more like personal specific. And finally, the person specific, which is more like if one individual need a development in one skill set, then that personal analysis comes up. So these are the broad need assessment process which as an organization training department has. going forward. Organization analysis, as I said, it has a transfer climate, organization goals and resources. This is a broad line item. I'll explain one by one. So organization analysis, transfer climate. Now, what is transfer climate, by the way? Any guess? You can just let me know any guess. What is transfer climate under organization analysis?
So the culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, that's your point.
So can it be change in the external environment?
Okay, good point. Yeah, both of you are correct. So here it talks about internal and external both, transfer climate. So transfer climate is basically when, let's say, if organization, as Ryan is mentioning about culture, it's more about when, uh, let's say, merger and acquisition. For an example, is a live example can be. In an organization, is a merger and acquisition happening. There's a huge, change in culture of the organizations. It can be culture not only for the employees but also for the external stakeholders, like the stakeholders or the shareholders as well. So that is the analysis. So in these kinds of cases, change management initiatives or creating a change management based training approach is more needed, and thereby many organizations does do change management survey, organizations climate survey. Basically, that is known as Octopus, OCTAP is Octopus culture. Octopus is a full form, acronym. So that way, in a real life, culture survey happens. Same like external people are also changing. So that is a transfer climate. Organizational goal, like organization analysis, goal assignment is very important because that's a part of your vision and value strategy, vision to action plan. So where organization goals are designed as a part, and it comes after organization analysis because this is a part of your first stage of where the organization is going to head forward next 5 years, 3 years, or 1 year down the line. So those goals has to be long term, mid term, and short term, and then this is done as a part of your training need analysis. And finally, resources. What kind of resources? Resources can be internal and external both here. It can be market capitalizations, it can be resource optimizations, or it can be resources of what kind of employees you have, human resources, material resources. All those will come up here at the part. So organization analysis is the base, bedrock with respect to complete training need analysis. This is the first step because without which organizations are not completely blind where they need to head forward. Okay, we'll go to the next now. Task analysis. As I mentioned, task is more like what kind of a KRA setting are you done? What kind of a balance scorecard is the organization is coming up? Is it a more 360 degree or 180 degree, or it has a different mechanism, etc. Task cluster. Now, task cluster. Any guess here also? This is the new words where I'm asking you. Explain with any guess task clusters. Okay, task cluster is nothing but it's a, let's say for an example, there are different departments. Their KRAs are, some of the KRAs are common. Like sometime back we were doing balance scorecard, and where we have taken an example of a onboarding, right? Onboarding we've taken an example today only. Onboarding of the new joiner and a customer perspective, where we took the example of a marketing executive and marketing manager. But in that task, it is not only HR manager task to onboard, it is also equally responsible for the business department also to join. HR manager can to some extent give and ask and facilitate the marketing manager to complete the KRA for his team. But he cannot complete the KRA setting exercise for that marketing executive. The task cluster is basically in organizations, in a bigger organization, what they do, they create a set of tasks which are common in nature and where the responsibilities are common. Like this example I said, there are multiple examples can be cited. One more example can be, let's say for the finance manager, let's say manager finance. One of the responsibility to manager finance is to make a OPEX and CAPEX, capital expenditure and operational expenditure in a proper way. But he is the subject matter expert. But other department like purchase department, procurement department, or per se you can say sales department, or even HR department, they are equally responsible for capex and opex expenditure, how effectively they can create a cost benefit analysis of that. So organizations create those tasks and create a common platform through which way they evaluate each other, and they see what kind of a cross functional or cross departmental connection is needed, and then clusters are created, like one group of work which all departments are interconnected, and those clusters taken as a training need. Like if marketing department needed a coordinated effort with a finance department, or finance department needs a coordinated effort with a purchase department, or purchase department has a coordinated effort with a legal or stroke HR department, those clusters is created in a inventory format, like in a Excel format, or it can be created in a database format, and then they identify which are the key stakeholders and how those key stakeholders are connected to develop overall, and then they come up with a training program. Let's say finance for non-finance people, that training program is an example of a task cluster. Similarly, you can say cross-functional projects, like I think Royan was explaining that the business people are joining and HR manager responsible for retention. There are different projects where the operation manager and HR manager are equally responsible. So they need to come up with the accountability kind of a workshop, like accountability or the ownership, sense of ownership. This kind of a training programs basically chalked out on the basis of task analysis. Clear? Any clarification?
Yes, sir, clear.
Great. KSA analysis, it is simple like knowledge, skill, and ability, not aptitude here, ability. What cases required to do what extent they require to perform duties and responsibilities. Now organization and task is more organization and cross departmental, but here case is more individual, like what kind of a role, what kind of a skill set I need to improve upon so that I can perform better. So this is also, I think we discussed a lot earlier classes in KPI. And personal analysis, is what to what extent the employee possesses the required KSA, like if so this is basically taken as a human job analysis. Human job analysis basically is a part of Thomas assessment program, wherein you do a people person analysis, personal profile analysis, and human job analysis. Here it is more like candidate specific, like to what extent employee possesses the required KSA. So you need to judge this KSA at the time of interview stage, right? Because you cannot judge it employee after join. After employee join, they get into KSA. KSA is more employee centric, where personal is more like candidate specific, like where you want to go from a person to a KSA is something determined here. You're clear with all those points now as a part of your need assessment. These are the four aspects: organization, task, KSA, and person. Now my question is that do you think it has a this arrow format is a downward? Why downward? Why not interconnected?
So first comes the organization, like as a large. Then slowly it goes narrow. It narrows down to the person, like an individual.
Hmm. Correct. Okay, but here also let me tell you there is a interconnections as well. Though it is a top-driven, top-down approach, this is more theoretical you can say, but in a real life, Of course, organization and task will come first, but many times personal and KSA interchanges. Interchange, I'm not saying they are going, they are changing the position, but they go hand in hand. Like if your KRA setting is done before the candidate is joining on board, that means your JD scripting is done. Of your JD is done in line with KRA. So personal is more like a JD part of the KRA. Okay, so I think I'm stop sharing. So today I think we will also have an understanding of what kind of a training styles organization has, because I was reading your syllabus and I understood that there are different styles of training. Also, we can there is a there are a couple of training styles with respect to that. Also, there is a learning methodology, like training and development is nothing connected with learning methodology. So we'll understand that to some extent. We'll see how time matters, etc. And accordingly we'll complete. We'll also continue training in the next class as well, because this is a big chapter, though cannot be completed in a day. So we'll connect with that as well. We'll connect it to training, and related to that, I'll try to put a one theoretical understanding to you, which is more like Bloom's taxonomy of learning. So I'm just trying to change the screen and share it with you. Yeah, can you see that? Is it visible? It's basically a study material. I'll put it on the on the screen, in the sense of the reports. So so Bloom's taxonomy of learning domains is quite popular. Bloom is a psychologist, Benjamin Bloom, and he created this taxonomy in the 1956 as a leadership of educational psychologist. And when we say training and learning, it is connected, interconnected, and thereby this is a very though it is age old, but it is quite scientifically driven to make it a learning and development as more on understanding perspective. So whenever you do a learning, it has a majorly three domains, which is cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. We'll explain, we'll talk, and we'll read on that type. We'll come to know more. And this is basically a handout. We will try to read some key points today, and we'll try to and discuss on that. So this is very interesting part. You will be in to know about this, how exactly learning happens and what kind of effective happens. So can we start reading it? Uh, yeah, who will start reading?
So can
No.
I?
Yeah, sure.
Bloom's taxonomy of learning domains. Bloom taxonomy was created in 1956 under the leadership of educational psychologist Dr. Benjamin Bloom in order to promote higher forms of thinking in education, such as analyzing and evaluating rather than just remembering facts. The three types of learnings are cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. Since the work was produced by higher education, the words tend to be a little bigger than we normally use. Domains can be thought of as categories. Trainers often refer to these three categories as KSA: knowledge, skills, and attitude. These taxonomy of learning behaviors can be thought of as the goals of the learning process. That is, after a learning period episode, the learner should have acquired new skills, knowledge, or attitude. While the committee produced an elaborate completion for the cognitive and affective domains, they omitted the psychomotor domain. Their explanation for this oversight was that they have little experience in teaching manual skills within the college level. These Completion divides the three domains into subdivisions, starting from the simplest behavior to the most complex. The division's outlines are not absolute, and there are other systems or hierarchies that have been devised in the educational and training world. However, Bloom's taxonomy is easily understood and is probably the most widely applied one in use today.
Exactly. So if you see the broad feature, so any learning will have a three outcomes. So as we are discussing about training and development, and training is nothing but learning, because training will be culminated. Training will be successful when it ends up with a learning. And learning has these three parameters. One is the cognitive learning, which is more like your mental knowledge. Cognitive is more like your basic understanding, knowledge level, your approach towards that ability to improve your cognitive skill, which by default it uh, grows up over the years. Effective is more like, as we discussed, like more like attitudes and self. How exactly we can grow with respect to the concept as given. Psychomotors is basically here is more skill building, like more connected to a blue collar stuff or employees rather than white collar. White collar is more like cognitive and effective. Psychomotor is more like blue collar. Like if you're going for a manual skill or maybe some kind of a motor skill, or you are creating some production method, which is more connected to contractual employees or off-role employees or the junior technician, etc. That is connected to that. So now this is a quite age old, but as I mentioned that it has been connected with case analysis. Thereby, if you see that we have just discussed about the organization analysis, case analysis, Bloom taxonomy is more connected to case analysis. Now, in the cognitive domain, also you'll come to know lots of further divisions of that. I'm thinking which one we should read and understand here in the class. Rest I'll refer it for your further. So you can read it in your time, etc. I will just pick up some important points. You know, when Bloom's has started off, they also revised it with respect to the timing. But I think we should read it all. Otherwise, you'll not understand. But it will be fast for you to remember the concepts. So let's cognitive domain. Can somebody can read cognitive? First point.
The cognitive domain involves knowledge and the development of intellectual skills. Bloom, 1956. This includes the recall or recognition of specific facts, procedural patterns, and concepts that serve in the development of intellectual abilities and skills. There are 6 major categories, which are listed in order below, starting from simplest behavior to the most complex. The categories can be thought of as degrees of difficulties. That is, the first ones must normally be mastered before the next ones can take place.
Yeah, just to give you understanding here in this table. So every learning is not easy, right? Every learning has their own phases of unlearn, learn, and relearn, right? You know that Carl Lewin's change management model you must have read in OB, that it has its own subject matter expert and its further process, etc. But every learning has its difficulty level, most difficult, less difficult, and thereby go ahead with that. So in this category, you have to read it this way: category knowledge, an example of few words, like example of reciter policies. I'll read it first one for you. Knowledge is recall a data or information. So majorly it is broadly defined to knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. These are the broad areas where the cognitive you know part is further divided. Cognitive is more like knowledge. So first example is knowledge, where the recalling data and information. Example can be recite a policy, quote prices from memory to a customer, know the safety rules, define a term. These are the examples. How can you recall the knowledge? Keywords can be arranges, defines, describes, identifies, knows, labels, lists, matches, names, outlines, recalls, recognizes, reproduce, selects, and states. So basically, these are the action verbs. I know you must be knowing action verbs. So this knowledge is more like action verbs with respect to the example. The first point. Yeah, Rohan, go ahead to the next point.
So the comprehension part, right?
Yeah.
Comprehension. Understand the meaning, translation, interpolation, and interpretation of instructions and problems. State a problem in one's own words. Examples: rewrite the principles of test writing. Explain in one's own words the steps for performing a complex task. Translates an equation into a computer spreadsheet. Keywords: comprehends, converts, defends, distinguishes, estimates, explains, extends, generalizes, gives an example, infers, interprets, paraphrases, predicts, rewrites, summarizes, translates.
Right. You can go ahead to complete. I'll explain after that. Yeah.
Application. Use a concept in a new situation or unprompted use of an abstraction. Applies what was learned in the classroom into novel situations in the workplace. Examples: use a manual to calculate an employee's vacation time. Apply laws of statistics to evaluate the reliability of a written test. Keywords: applies, changes, computes, constructs, demonstrates, discovers, manipulates, modifies, operates. Okay. Predicts, prepares, produces, relates, shows, solves, uses.
Okay, so just pause here. So in this example, let's take a class sometime back. We finished balance scorecard in last couple of sessions. Now, if you can correlate from there, it was also a learning method. Like you are in the class and you are learning the concept along with practical approaches. Like take an example of HR analytics as a course, and here we are learning the concept and we are immediately applying it. So balance scorecard, we have spoken about all those four quadrants, etc., and then that was a part of knowledge. Whereas comprehension, we understand the rewrites, how exactly it looks like, what is the formatting looks like, how it covers up in a real life scenario. All those points we discussed. We also discussed as an application. So think about that we did a live work as a team, and we understood how exactly it applies with respect to the pointer, MOP, rating scale, all those other part and part of that or learning process. Now you can understand how it is cognitive domain is connected to knowledge, comprehension, and application, which we did just now in our class, right? Okay, so let's go ahead next. Yeah, you can read. Brian, continue to read.
Okay. Analysis. Separates material or concepts into components, parts, so that its organizational structure may be understood. Distinguishes between facts and inferences. Examples: troubleshoot a piece of equipment by using logical deduction. Recognize logical fallacies in reasoning. Gathers information from a department and selects the required task for training. Keywords: analyzes, breaks down, compares, contrasts, diagrams, deconstructs, differentiates, discriminates, distinguishes, identifies, illustrates, infers, outlines, relates, selects, separates.
Yeah, you can complete skill evaluation.
Synthesis. Builds a structure or pattern from diverse elements. Put parts together to form a whole with emphasis on creating a new meaning or structure. Examples: write a company operations or process manual. Design a machine to perform a specific task. Integrates training from several sources to solve a problem. Revises and process to improve the outcome. Keywords: categorize, combines, compiles, composes, creates, devices. designs, explains, generates, modifies, organize, plans, rearrange, reconstruct, relates, reorganizes, revises, rewrites, summarizes, tells, writes. Evaluation, make judgments about the value of ideas or materials. Keyword, examples, select the most effective solution, hire the most qualified candidate, explain and justify a new budget. Keywords, appraises, compares, concludes, contrasts, criticizes, critiques, defends, describes, discriminates, evaluate, explains, interprets, justifies, relates, summarizes, supports.
Right. So when you spoke about this entire the 6 stages, knowledge, comprehension, and application analysis and all. So I think you understood now, all of you, that Bloom's taxonomy is related to cognitive domain of uh, learning methods. Is more you proceed towards evaluation, and from the first stage, the complexity goes higher. Like if you are first stage, you are basically recalling the under concepts, recalling. So in your course material also, if your own study, if you can reflect this, if your own study also, you are everyday learning new concept, new theories, ideas, formulas, many things you are doing. The moment you are understanding this, you are comprehending in a class, and you're also reading it, or referring study material, etc., and then you are applying it in the class, like we did in the class application of those whatever you understood. We analyze and synthesis. Now analysis synthesis is also a pretty mid stage of your learning. The more successful the person is analyzing and synthesizing, the evaluation makes better. So it, how you will apply in a real life scenario, in an organization setup, it happens like, for an example, if new joinee joins in the organization, let's say he starts with understanding the organizational knowledge, organization culture, organizational policies, processes, SOPs, etc. That is the first step, comes up as here was the knowledge part. I am connecting to a new employee in an organization how this process goes. Second is comprehension. So once the employee joins, he try to understand, getting into orientations. We discussed about 36, 60, 90 days format. They go into that process, and they start applying. They start. We have discussed about that within 1st April, this policy has to be rolled out. So he start working on the application part of it, and then he analyzes with respect to the concept, whatever he learned with. Like say for an example, he's creating a policy, how this will be more structured, formatted, etc., and then synthesizes and thereby evaluation. I understand how new joiner or maybe employee in an organization, how Bloom's taxonomy is connected. Maybe it will be sounding a bit theoretical to you, but it has a application if you connect with respect to this taxonomy. Now this Bloom's taxonomy is further revised in the next couple of later in the 2000 year 2000. It has revised. Now we will get into that revised model. Now just to give you a thought here, the revised model is mentioned here. Like if you see evaluation, synthesis, analysis, application, comprehension, knowledge, it is from a bottom-up approach. Knowledge has become new domain as remembering, comprehension become more understanding, application become more analyzing, analysis become more analyzing, synthesis got into creating, and evaluation got into evaluating. So if you see these action verbs, it was earlier he was a basically he was an educational psychologist, and thereby his research work more on a in the field of education, in the field of educational psychology. But later on it has applied to more into a corporate organization, and thereby it has changed. Now you'll be interesting to know the new terms, how they has put an action verbs of that. So let's start reading. Who will start read? Anybody? Any volunteer?
So I'll read.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bloom's revised taxonomy. Lauren Anderson, a former student of Bloom, revisited the cognitive domain in the learning taxonomy in the mid 90s and made some changes. With Perhaps the two most prominent one beings: first, changing the names in the 6 categories from noun to verb forms, and second, slightly rearranging them.
This
The
is
new
something
tech,
for your reference. You can leave that. Yeah,
yes,
just to give you a more thought here before you read, so you'll understand why we are reading everybody for the class. Earlier it was noun and verb. The objective is to make it more actionable. If you recall, management is not but it is theory practice, because and that is the beauty of subject management, or the degree of MBA is still as one of the coveted degree, etc., to be called that. So if you see, there's mostly nouns are more like a, like you give them as a name and then continue at that. But here verbs are more like acting words, acting verbs, which is more like how those acting verbs can change. Yeah, over to you now. Yeah, go ahead.
this new taxonomy reflects a more active form of thinking and is perhaps more accurate. So I'll read the box.
Yeah, I just read it for you. Now you can understand. I think you can go ahead to the table of revised the category now. How is it look like? Yeah, starting from. So you have to read it whenever I'll be sharing this slide, this PPT to you, or this write up to you. Read it from bottom up. Knowledge to evaluation, remembering to creating, and then the arrow like this way. Yeah, go ahead. Reading from here.
Remembering, recall previous learned information. Examples: recite a policy, quote prices from memory to a customer, knows the safety rules. Keywords: defines, describes, identifies, knows, labels, lists, matches, names, outlines, recalls, recognizes, produces, selects, states. Second, understanding, comprehending the meaning, translation, interpolation, interpretation of instructions and problems, stating a problem in one's own words. The examples: rewrites the principle of test writing, explain in one's own words the steps for performing a complex task, translates an equation into a computer spreadsheet. Keywords: comprehends, converts, defends, distinguishes, estimates, explains, extends, generalizes, gives an example, infers, interprets, paraphrases, predicts, rewrites, summarizes, and translates. Applying, use a concept in a new situation, or unprompted use of an abstraction. Applies what was learned in the classroom into novel situations in the workplace. Example: use a manual to calculate an employee's vacation time. Apply laws of statistics to evaluate the reliability of written test. Keywords: applies, changes, computes, constructs, demonstrates, discovers, manipulates, modifies, operates, predicts, prepares, produces, relates, shows, solves, uses. Next, analyzing. Um,
Yeah, can you see?
separates material, yes sir, separates material or concepts into component parts so that its organizational structure may be understood, distinguishes between facts and inferences. Examples: troubleshoots a piece of equipment by using logical deduction, recognize logical fallacies in reasoning, gathers information from a department and selects the required task for training. Keywords: analyzes breakdown, compares, contracts, diagrams, deconstructs, differentiates, discriminates, distinguishes, identifies, illustrates, infers, outlines, relates, selects, and separates. Evaluating, make judgment about the value of ideas or materials. Examples: select the most effective solution, hire the most qualified candidate, explain and justify a new budget. Keywords: appraises, compares, concludes, contrasts, criticizes, critiques, defends, describes, discriminates, evaluates, explain, interprets, justifies, relates, summarizes, supports. Next, creating builds a structure or pattern from diverse elements, puts parts together to form a whole, with emphasis on creating a new meaning or structure. Example, write a company operations or process manual, design a machine to perform specific task, integrates training from several sources to solve a problem, revises and processes to improve the outcome. Keywords categorizes, combines, compiles, composes, creates, devises, design, explains, generates, modifies, organizes, plans, rearranges, reconstructs, relates, recognizes, revises, rewrites, summarizes, tells, and writes.
Right. So this is the new point of you can say cognitive domain. Thereby we complete the cognitive domain. This is this box is just for to recall for everybody here that we earlier domain was more like noun form and now it is more like application based. Thereby it is a verb. So everything was a noun. Now they have added into change synthesis into creating and evaluation into evaluating. Objective being because they earlier it was educational department. It was more like theoretical, etc. But now it is more applied from theory to application. That was the objective. Any questions so far before we get into affective domain? Okay. Affective domain is the second part. So if you could recall that we have a cognitive, affective, and psychomotor, we are not explaining in detail here. These are the two parts we'll understand. I'll get into a next theoretical understanding, and then perhaps in the next class I will make you to understand how training need analysis is done on a HR analytics platform. So maybe once you will understand a little bit about training and development a little more, and then you will be able to do that. So like the way we did a balance scorecard as a designing, similarly we'll do a training need analysis, how training need analysis actually you can do if you are supposed to do, how you do that. Okay, so any volunteer to read this affective domain? Effective, before we get into that, what is the meaning of effective, by the way? Affections, what do you mean by effective? Yeah, it is no mention here, but still I understand in your own words. What do you mean by affection? Yeah, any try, anybody? It's very simple thing I'm asking.
So one thing relating to the
Affection is more like it's like more your how emotionally you are connected. It can be a positive or negative emotion whatsoever is that your feeling, your belief, your values. It is more on that effective domain that way. Okay, so any volunteer will start reading.
salary.
Okay, great.
The effective domain. Krata Wool Bloom Messier 1973 includes the manner in which we deal with things emotionally, such as feelings, values, appreciation, enthusiasm, motivations, and attitudes. The 5 major categories are listed from the simplest behavior to the most complex. Category number 1, receiving phenomena. Awareness, willingness to hear, selected attention. Examples: listen to others with respect. Listen for and remember the name of newly introduced people. Keywords: ask, chooses, describes, follows, gives, holds, identifies, locates, names, points to, selects, sits, erects, replies, uses. Category second, responding to phenomena. Active participation on the part of learners, attends and reacts to a particular phenomena. Learning outcomes may emphasize compliance in responding, willingness to respond, or satisfaction in responding. Motivation. Examples: participates in class discussions, gives a presentation, questions new ideals, concepts, models, etc. in order to fully understand them, know the safety rules and practices them. Keywords: answers, assists, aids, complies, confirms, discusses, reads, helps, labels, performs, practices, presents, reads, recites, reports, selects, tells, writes. Valuing. The worth or value a person attaches to a particular object, phenomena, or behavior. This ranges from simple acceptance to the more complex state of commitment. Valuing is based on the internalization of a set of specified values, while clues to these values are expressed in the learner's overt behavior and are often identifiable. Examples: demonstrates belief in the democratic process, is sensitive towards individual and cultural differences, value diversity, shows the ability to solve problems, proposes a plan to social improvement and follows through with commitment, informs management on matters that one feels strongly about. Keywords: completes, demonstrates, differentiates, explains, follows, forms, initiates, invites, joins, justifies, proposes, reads, reports, selects, shares, studies, works. Organization. Organizes values into priorities by contrasting different values, resolving conflicts between them, and creating an unique value system. The emphasis is on comparing, relating, and synthesizing values. Examples: recognizes the need for balance between freedom and responsible behavior, accept responsibility for one's behavior, explains the role of systematic planning in solving problems, accept professional ethical standards, creates a life plan in harmony with abilities, interests, and beliefs, prioritizes time effectively to meet the need of the organization, family, and self. Keywords: adheres, alters, arranges, combines, compares, completes, defends, explains, formulates, generalizes, identifies, integrates, modifies, orders, organizes, prepares, relates, synthesizes. Next category: internalizing values. Characterization has a value system that controls their behavior. The behavior is pervasive, consistent, predictable, and most importantly, characteristics of the learner. Instructional objectives are concerned with the student's general patterns of adjustment: personal, social, emotional. Examples: shows self-reliance when working independently, cooperates in group activities, displays teamwork, uses an objective approach in problem solving, displays a professional commitment to ethical practice on a daily basis, revises judgments and changes behavior in light of new evidence, values people for what they are, not how they look. Keywords: acts, discriminates, displays, influences, listens, modifies, performs, practices, proposes, qualifies, questions, revises, serves, solves, verifies.
Right. Thanks, Ryan. So, in the sense, if you see, understand that effective domain has, this point, what you are talking about, like starting from receiving phenomena to responding phenomena and thereby valuing, and all those points which we discussed just now. It is more about we as an individual, how we interact and how we adjust ourselves in the system with respect to our own value system, feelings, etc. If you see here, these all aspects are very important in our learning process, because learning process, in learning process, nature of learning process only changes, but the core domain, like your affective or cognitive domain, is remains as it is. Only application changes. So I'll give an example. Learning process, what you guys are doing it in your classroom now, or in your 2 years course, whatever you learn, versus learning process in corporate training room, the cognitive and affective domain doesn't change. Let me tell you, cognitive domain, which is more about knowledge, which is more about mental skill, where the affective is more like your feelings, emotion, that becomes your core characteristics. There would be students, some students in the class, they will be always not participate. They will keep on non-participating mode throughout their entire semester, even though, I mean, that is, I'm not saying here, but it is a general psychology. It's a psychological bent of mind of that respective individual, how exactly he is or she is, getting into those domain. Like there was a point was mentioned in the effective domain. I think responding or valuing part was there. Like last point, internalizing the value shows self-reliance when working independently, or I can take a word from valuing, demonstrate believes in democratic process, sensitive individual. So those kind of individual, they'll be more proactive in a classroom situation, be it in corporate or being in institution, education institute. Those behavior is something which is cognitive and effective, that not only determines his presence, but also there are a lot of surrounding factors determines those domains. So always remember, the cognitive and affective, it is of course an individual psychological state of as being a state of being, or you can say, or it is also influenced by his surroundings, how he sees himself and herself in the society, in his own family, in his own aura, or in his own circle. That determines he or she, how is it going to be. Somebody can be introvert, somebody can be extrovert, somebody can be intentionally introvert in somewhere, somebody can be outspoken somewhere else. We all change our behavior and personality type depending upon our situation. So it's basically person situation interaction. In a same person who is introvert, in a class, the same person will become so extrovert outside the class. So that can't be uh, can't be measured also. So that way, this effective domain plays a very important role in our learning process. So when you're talking about learning and training, we'll come and keep on talking about educational domain as well as in corporate domain, just to keep you understand and heads up, because you're also a learner, like all the 59 students in the class is a learner. Similarly, the entire institute, all the students are learner, but there is a difference between learning and training, because training is so am I training or am I teaching? What I'm doing now, let me know one thing from you guys. Am I a trainer here or am I a teacher?
Sir, teacher.
Correct. And now tell me, what is the difference between trainer and a teacher? You'll come to know the answer what I'm trying to say. I'll help you out. I will just help out two words here, pedagogical and andragogical. Just write it down in your notebook, pedagogical, PDA, pedagogical, andragogical. So basically pedagogy and andragogy. Pedagogy or pedagogy, whatever you pronounce it, pedagogy or pedagogy, it is more about theoretical, more about kind of a student are learning a class like we are doing in pedagogy, Andragogy is adult learning. Andra means adult. Andragogy is adult learning. So if you see, the learning is more on pedagogical when you are in a classroom. But in talk about in our graduation, in our 10 plus 2 graduation, we mostly done pedagogical, except very few those who took a professionally qualified program like BBA, or even if we talk about BE, BTech also to be called as a pedagogical only. But the moment you are coming out next to that as a master degree or the next level of your education system, then if it is a MA or MCom or similar MSc, then it is a more pedagogy than versus MBA or MTech or ME or MPharma or some kind of a more like, which is more applied based kind of a study, which is where you are learning it more as per you choose to learn. Adult learning, which is andragogy, which is more connected towards your corporate learning. When I am teaching here, I'm the same person. I'm acting as a trainer. When I'm delivering training program in my organization, then I'm acting as an andragogy, because I am presenting to the corporate managers. They are already trained, or they come up with experience of 15 years, 20 years, etc. And then I'm delivering a different PPT mode. That application versus here my PPT is different. Here PPT of you will be more like I'm giving a theoretical understanding. I'm doing a live examples, but their live example will be more than less theory, because adult learning is what I want to learn I will learn, what I don't want to learn I will not learn. That is a motive of an adult learner. They pick and choose which they want to learn and grow. Like for an example, let's say you guys wanted to develop your big data analytics, so you get into algorithms, you get into machine learning, you get into blockchain technology, you pick up this data science as a subject to learn, because that is ruling the entire industry now, big data analytics. So picking and choosing a big data analytics course is a simple example of how exactly you would like to do adult learning while you're working in work. It may happen that your work have a somewhat related or not completely related, but still you want to learn because you want to upgrade your skill, and you want to make your CV more sharper in the talent market, and thereby you are opting, like today's world there is a Coursera, Udemy, lot of such online platforms are available, and they are tied up with all premier colleges like IIMs, IITs, MITs, and NITs and all, right? Because this andragogy or andragogical method of learning is increasing day by day. Reason being, this the objective of is adult learning. The key part of adult learning is that I want to learn, I want to develop my skill, I want to become differentiator in the market, and thereby I want to learn. But pedagogy is more like you have to learn, like for an example, if you're not in the class, then you might get a negative points in your course or something like that. You just can't step out from the class, though the class here is very poor sometimes. But in our classes, in a full-time courses, etc., well, we did, although it is a full-time though. But when we're talking about that, if you're having below 75% mark, I mean 75% attendance, then you will be getting 0 in your attendance out of 10. Above 75% has to be there. Some kind of a, like in graduation also, that there is a percentage criteria. Without that, you cannot appear for exam, like during graduation and honors, or whatever the graduation you have done, etc. So this is more like you have to do. This is more like routine, and you have to follow. But andragogy is nothing like that. Adult learning, for an example, if the trainer gives a training program, then he or she might not attend next day. But nowadays, training department is more strict on those manner. If they are nominating somebody in a training program, they have to be in the training program, because the cost is attached to it. The entire organization is focusing on that. So that is the some of the reasons here, just to cite here. Are you correlating it with this training with you as a trainee or as a learner?
Yes, sir.
This right, with this Bloom taxonomy. So it is, though it was done historical years back, but now still it is quite evident and quite practical, and you have read it and you understood that how exactly it is connected.
So this
I
will
think
be displayed
yeah.
in the quick force, right?
I'll put it on quick course. Yes.
Okay, okay, sir. Thanks.
All right, so you're almost in the verge of end of the class. Uh, so I am done almost. So any questions, anything you would like to know, or you would like me to make you training and development more like you are, as I said, you are a pedagogical and you are more like a pedagogical than less than a andragogical, if I say that manner. So, but still, I mean, management learning is more like combination of that. Nowadays it is more like pedagogy and andragogy both, like adult learning and theoretical learning.
Yes, sir.
Any question? Anything? Yeah. Anything you would like to know? Anybody here in the class? I'm so bad to hear see that here 12 people only in the class. I think I don't know. I think it's a faggot of the day. I know you guys are tired, but whatever the teaching we are delivering it here on your exam pattern, also for your learning pattern. Be attentive in the class. I think the questions and all will be from the class only, not from the book or not from the study material mostly. Yeah, some study material I will provide. From there it will come, but majority of the your MCQs will be on the class discussion points. So if you're not attentive, then anyways, I think I have checked all the papers of yours. Uh, I think Quick Force will be posting the. I think they will be doing that.
So in next class, if you could like get some like related practical training module, which normally HRs develop. You could
Yeah,
share
correct.
some as such, like how.
Yeah. So training module, yeah, correct. Training module. More than that, I think let us understand training need first, and then later on we understand the training module, how training
Okay.
modules prepare. That's what you want to know, right?
Yes, yes, sir. How it's all
Sure.
actually done, like basically how the HR works in, and then how the whole thing works.
Sure. I will have lot of materials. I can show it to you guys, and we can design also. Maybe we can design a training module, a short training module, to understand how it is done on that part. Designing. Okay. Good questions, Rohan. Anybody else here, or just waiting for some minutes to close the class? Great. So I think you guys are all appearing for your management trainees as a thing and all, because I have also connected with your director for some internship or some MT requirement. Uh, they will get back to you shortly. So your
So
internship is,
are there any requirements for the HR, like any like you can say full time?
it is more like it is more like, I think what you guys can do, all of you guys can do that. You can put your profile in internshala.com. I think you must be knowing that.
Yes, sir.
Plus, there is the e-Naukri portal. Don't just, I mean, of course, you wait for your institute for your placement call and all, but I'm just helping you out from as an HR perspective. Internship Sala. I think internship or internship something that internshala.com is a very popular website. Plus, upload your profile in Fast Naukri. Fast Naukri is you have to pay. I think I don't know. They charge generally, and the fastnaukri.com is a part of Naukri only, where you can upload your profile, and then those who are management trainees, etc., they will look for HR intern requirement. I have as of now, so I connected with your institute director, etc. As such, on the full time, we are still figuring it out more on operations than HR. But hopefully, let's see. I think you people can explore your world more on all the parameters, create all those options as I mentioned, along with your placement sale, etc. All right. So all the best of you guys. We'll meet next week. Most probably next week I'll try to start class little ahead before or after. Might not be 3 sessions next class. It will be 2 sessions, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bye, sir.